Hey folks, how you doing? Welcome to Wednesday. Clouds are bubbling up ever so slightly, but we've got low sun, obviously causing me issues, but we're runway 27 right. Yes, we're on runway 27 operate. We're on westerly. Start again. On westerlies. So hope you're all doing well. Sit back and enjoy this, and let's get on with it. Sun is harsh. So I think the major talking point initially, and probably throughout the whole show, because people will be coming in and dipping in and all that, to say, oh, did you see the A350 at Vegas, the BA350 that lost its wheel on departure? As far as we're aware, what was the aircraft reg, GP? Okay, let me just double check, because that's an odd place for a 350 to be sitting. That's oh no, that's Brother Hotel, isn't it? Yeah, interesting sort of topic of discussion, and that is obviously to do with the attachment of the wheel onto an aircraft. And if you look it up, you'll be quite surprised. Unlike a conventional car wheel, which attaches to the hub assembly, the aircraft wheel has the whole hub assembly all incorporated into the one system, which basically, when you jack the aircraft up, or jack the undercarriage up, you then undo on some aircraft there's a cooling fan system. That's an Airbus specific thing, I think. But other than that, it is literally once you've removed all of those components, it is literally a retaining nut, as far as I can see, in terms of my research and knowledge of the mechanics of an aircraft wheel assembly. It's a very quick system of removing the wheel, but obviously it's just a retaining nut which keeps the wheel attached to the bogie, i.e. the undercarriage. It's a huge threaded nut, obviously, which is torqued down, and probably reverse, I'd imagine, reverse thread as well, much as is, you know, in the case of big engineering components that rotate. Normally the tightening of it is done in reverse, so that obviously obviously when it's pushing back it could potentially loosen. But the big question, of course, is how did that come about? And I would imagine, without wanting to cast too much blame on anybody, I wouldn't want to do that, unless that 350 had a wheel switch or a tyre switch in Las Vegas, which I find very unlikely. It does happen, because the brake assembly is all attached to it as well. Yeah, whether they had to switch the brake assembly out in Las Vegas and therefore, you know, had to remove the wheel, as is always the case, because to get to the brake assembly, you obviously have to slide the wheel off. So yeah, that will most definitely be an investigation. I would imagine that it will end up on yeah, sorry. I imagine that it will end up on AV Herald, which is the sort of like your go-to platform for any sort of like aircraft incidents. But yeah, very interesting. I tell you what is a good thing. I'll be honest with you. Well, it's not a good thing because, you know, that wheel detaching or falling off, or, you know, I mean, descending into, you know, it is quite built up around Vegas. So where that wheel actually landed, I don't know. Does anybody have any information on that? Yeah, Kevin Graham, where did the wheel land? Because tell you what, that's a big old lump. That's like throwing a small car from a dizzy height. The kind of damage that could entail is quite considerable. That it landed in open ground, did it? Okay, well that's a good thing, isn't it? Wow. So obviously they'll be doing the investigations there. I'd imagine the retaining nut as well was. Yeah, she does. Yeah. Mop Shrewdell, £1 super sticker, is it, or super chat? I think Mop Shrewdell. Morgan 747 EGPX. That wheel could have done some serious damage to anything that got in its way. Yeah. I was found on Vegas airport property. Was it? Wow. Quite surprised about that, because by the time that it detached, it was clear of the. Sean Newstead is a returning premium member. Welcome back, Sean. Lovely to see you, mate. Okay, James Bush also saying found on airport property. It's quite surprising, I've got to be honest with you. I mean, you look at the whole physics of that, because obviously, you know, aircraft rotates, climbs for a short while. At that point, the pilot calls out positive rate, gear up. By that time, you're clear of the boundary fence, aren't you? We certainly are at Heathrow. So I'm quite surprised that that was found within the airport property. Because don't forget, it's not just going to come down and just, it's going to bounce, isn't it? I mean, you've seen what happens when a car wheel detaches from like a Formula One car or something. It's out of control, man. Yeah, wow. Stuart Pritchard, will the wheel be kept there or flown back as cargo on another bit? Well, there will have to be an investigation, but to be honest with you, it's the wheel itself, or the wheel, because it's a split wheel assembly, you see, on these aeroplanes. Basically, in order to make attaching the tyre a lot more convenient, you wouldn't be able to use tyre standards, you know, like traditional tyre attaching techniques for these things, because they're just too tough. They're big and thick. So what they do is a bit like they do with truck tyres, where they will split the wheel itself into two halves, and then one half obviously goes in one side and the other half goes in the other side. They then attach by bolts, but that's not anything to do with attaching the wheel assembly to the hub assembly or the threaded portion of the undercarriage, the bogie. There's a spline basically that comes out with a thread on it, or an axle, should I say, and that is where there's a big thread on it, and that is where the retaining nut is attached. Under torque, I believe, but having done a very small amount of research just now, the best person to speak to about this one would be Stig. So, let me get this right. It didn't return to Vegas and reattach, or did it return to Vegas, reattach, or should I say, it flew to London and landed? It's perfectly capable of doing that. And also, bear in mind, interestingly, actually, talking about the brake assembly, I think it was the rear wheel, wasn't it? Now that rear set of wheels does not have braking on it, so it won't have been a replacement brake system. It would have just been either a faulty lug nut or whatever they call it, you know, the retaining nut. Wow. Tapway saying air traffic control leaving too much distance, 10 kilometres between landing aircraft. This is quite interesting. Yeah, so there's all sorts of, it will be investigated, most definitely. The first thing they need to investigate, obviously, is the thread on the axle, to make sure that that isn't damaged in any way, and whether or not just the retaining nut was not torqued down, or it, because it's hello mate, thank you mate, thank you. Do you want a sticker, mate?
Yes.
I've got 10 kilometres before the next one comes in, so
Thank you so much.
it's not a lug nut, is it? So yeah. '17th Mustang thinks it's likely to be the axle itself. I mean, it is the I have to have a look and see, but in terms of the because the A350 wheel assembly kind of has the impression that it points down, toe down, and not heel down like you get with the 777. It's more of a toe down angle on the A350. So you would imagine that the toe end, the front end of the wheel assembly would take most of the initial impact. However, when the aircraft is and I've heard this officially from an A350 pilot, the ultimate, the perfect landing is to pitch the aircraft, and the undercarriage assembly is configured so that a perfect landing would mean all 6 wheels will touch at the same time. Basically, front, middle, and back wheel assembly will all touch at the same time. But it rarely happens, to be honest with you, because obviously, you know, no condition is perfect. I mean, today's kind of perfect conditions, but we do have a little bit of a tailwind. It's a possibility, folks, that they might switch to 9ers. I'll be honest with you. And if they do, get this. Big shout out to our friends at the Thistle, because we're back on with the Thistle, folks. He messaged me this morning to say, we've got it, we've done it, we've got the sign off, it's done. And I'm like, oh yeah, but they're on West Ellis, mate. But you never know at the moment, because these are kind of like potentially variable conditions. As you can see there, very little wind, just a very slight breeze, but still landing into a bit of a tailwind. Now, when these guys start to go long is a time when they will likely switch operations. But at the moment, I can feel the breeze into me. Paul Skilling, they are expecting 09s today. Interesting. Okay. Well, if we need to switch, we can switch. Lovely lamppost. Lovely lamppost. There's old JetBlue. Scott Shallcross QF10 on our way back to Perth. Nice, warm, sunny day tomorrow. I'll tell you what, it's quite warm here, to be honest with you. It's a lovely sort of like springish day. Marky71, big thank you to the person that gifted my membership. There we go. Okay, so he was working, so he's come on and said now, thank you, Marky. Alpha Bravo. Keep an eye on departures, and there is a BA319 due for its final departure for scrapping at Kemble. Well, you tell me, Alpha Bravo. You keep me posted on that one, please. And we can get cruisers as well, folks. If you've got anything approaching from the east or the west, let us know. Oh, that's nice. Bit of a break. Bit of a break. BBLLB is in the house. Hello to you, sir. Yeah, MH359 making a very valid point that obviously it appears that the wheel would have, there might have been a little bit of a clunk, but I would imagine that you wouldn't want to, you know, alarm the passengers like we've lost the wheel, you know, and then they're all flying across the Atlantic worrying about that. Plus the other thing is MH359, perhaps you can clarify this for us, or any other BBLLB or any of the other pilots who are on board. today. Would the because the tyre pressure sensors are obviously inside, I'm guessing. I'm not sure how the tyre pressure sensors send their readings, if you know what I mean. I'm not 100% sure about that, because obviously it's not like great big long lines and wires attached to the wheel, as far as I'm aware. What's the deal with that? If the wheel detaches, then you will get, I'm guessing, do you get a notice come up on the display? Boeing or Airbus ECAM's obviously on the Airbus, but is there a let's put the play up. Spotter train marks. Trains and planes are reporting no further aircraft disposals because of a shortage of short haul. Yeah, I thought that I thought that all of BA's 319 fleet had been given a stay of execution as well. Certainly BEA for another couple of years, isn't it? They've said, because of obviously lack of aircraft availability. Triple seven pull, yeah, that does happen. There are vehicles that can push the aircraft as opposed to pull it. It is have they? Aidan Campbell, as we know, there's no wheel detached warning. Systems monitor gear position, locks, not wheel presence. Crew notice vibration, brake issues or external. Yeah, but each wheel assembly, tyre should I say, has its own sensors to send pressure monitoring, as far as I'm aware. So in fact, if you lose that, then you lose a wheel, then do you not get any kind of well, actually, you know what, are there actually tyre pressure sensors? I'm pretty sure there are. There's got to be, hasn't there? You know, if you've got a tyre with low pressure, surely that's going to come up on the display. Graham C. BA 9270 is Oscar Echo, estimated 1312 departure. LHR to yeah. It is Cotswold. So it is going down there. Wow, that's interesting. So maybe Airbus have sped up either that, or they're going to lease one, or it's got problems, it needs a D-check or something like that, costs too much money to keep it on. Old Skater Guy is a brand new premium member. Did you ever do the arches down at Brighton? Okay, so it is, he's right, you know, it's going to Kemble. And Jilly just told me that apparently they've come off. Those 319s have come off of the list. Right. Okay, so they're not even listed on what's it? Flight Aware? Did you say flight? What is it? Flyer Talk. There we go. Oh, blind fella's in the chat, is he? Is blind fella aware that the first officer of the 380 that he was flying on messaged me that evening to say that was me taking off on the 380? How cool is that, man? If only we had known in advance. Oh, okay. So he met. Oh, okay. Well, that's how he knew that we were filming him then. Nice one, blind fella. They. Okay, tyre pressure sensors. This is coming from BBLLB, a pilot, folks, 787 pilot. Tyre pressure sensors on the 787 will indicate a fault in flight if 2 or more tyre pressures are not normal. However, I'm still digging to see if the tyre pressure missing is talked about. Yes, that's my whole question. It's like, okay, so how are our tyre pressures doing? Oh, looking okay. Oh, hold on a minute. We got 0 on that one. That must be some kind of an ECAM's fault or something. I would imagine that's going to be, from a pilot's perspective, that's probably going to be one of the first things you're going to think, that obviously the strap has disconnected or something like that. Highly unlikely that they've lost a wheel. But yeah, check that out. Luby Lou, 2 777s on their way in. Bravo, tyre pressure with flatline. NCD, no computed data. Yeah. I'd imagine that they would take that as being a loss of it'd go on the MEL, wouldn't it? On the minimum equipment listing, and then be and then dealt with at the other end. I wonder if they were even aware until they were even notified. Becky Hale, £10 super chat. Thank you for keeping me going today. My husband Gary in hospital at the moment, nearly lost them over the weekend. Oh wow. Long road to recovery, Becky Hale. All the best to you and your husband. Aidan Campbell, losing the wheel means the sensor has gone too, so the system shows no data. Yeah, wheel. Yeah, no. I don't know as it would say wheel missing. I would have said that it would mean no data, and therefore the chances are that like I said, the electric strap or the harness is likely to have faulty. It's gone faulty. Morning, faulty. Morning, Major. Oh, mum's the word, oh my. So what I'm saying is, if you look at the procedures, look at the scenario from a pilot's perspective, you know, you're going to get possibly an ECAMS warning up that's going to come up and saying no data. It's going to all of a sudden happen, and let's face it, those kinds of things happen on aeroplanes. You'll get a warning that will come up and show no data being received from a specific component. That being the case, captain will they will obviously discuss it. They will make a decision whether to continue or return to the airport. And that in that instant, obviously, it wasn't probably, I would imagine, that the air traffic control or anybody on the ground would have seen that wheel detaching, or even if they had, it would have taken quite some time before that information got back to air traffic control, and then obviously back to it needs to be confirmed, obviously. So how long was it before the crew were informed of the loss of that wheel, if at all, to be honest with you? Did maybe the A350 land at Heathrow, and then on inspection the pilot's gone round and go, hold on a minute, is a bloody wheel missing? Or the ground service team exactly, MH359. It's not a major issue, is it? Obviously, you know, if you're flying a single aisle jet, you know, with two wheels either side, then it's a little bit more serious, isn't it? But when you're flying a big six-wheel jet like that, where it's six wheels both sides, then Rob Driz, yeah, well, apparently it was found on airport property, which I'm really surprised at. I'm really surprised that it was found on airport property. Because looks like it detached probably at around about 300 feet. You throw something like that down at the ground at 300 feet, a wheel, circular, it's going to bounce for miles, isn't it, potentially? I mean, the speed that thing's rotating at, somewhere around about 2,000 RPM, and they found it on airport property. Very surprised at that it, you know, because that, like I said earlier, that's the equivalent of dropping a you know, a mid-sized car from a dizzy height. But even that, it's not spinning, is it? So it is. knows? Kind of was down Buster's log in a way. Would have been a lot more of... Yeah, it was captured by a live camera, wasn't it? Not a stream. A live streaming camera, or whatever you call it. You know, one of those streams that doesn't have any one. No, I doubt that's the case. 787 Ace. I doubt it was the brake being left on. You say it was parked up down at T3, the 350. Well, this one that's just been pushed back is actually on the move. Yeah, that's configured for flight. I'm not able to do it at the moment, but just thinking of it from a physics point of view, okay, if I was to even, you know, the wheel is perfectly balanced. These things are balanced perfectly. So when it lands, obviously it might kick left or kick right, but either way, it's gonna bounce for a considerable distance. And, you know, when an aircraft takes off, by the time the gear is retracting, it's way beyond the fence and the airport grounds, airport property, or whatever you want to call it, the footprint of the airfield. So how the hell did that stay within the airport boundary? Unless, of course, the runway, the margins of the airfield are much wider than they are, for example, at Heathrow. As you can appreciate, you know, as you can appreciate. Yeah. Then again, a lot of the time, depending, it may have been light. The aircraft may have been light. A runway length is always determined based on the largest aircraft with an engine failure at V1, isn't it? So you have to have enough runoff, which is why it would potentially be only halfway down the runway, but at the point it rotates, therefore leaving a large margin of property. So yeah, I guess. Angry Tug has been born. Did you change it, or are you still yet to do that? Did you fiddle with the shading at all? You did, and you're happy with it, yeah? Rider. I doubt that very much, mate. Even if it lands in soft Las Vegas, it's unlikely there'd be soft grass anywhere around there. Cool. SJ Aviation, I was on the arrival team meeting the 350 at stand 3541 yesterday. Louise, watching live from my Etihad A380 seat that took off at 8:40 this morning. Even wearing my Big Jet TV 747 hoodie, nice glass of champagne on the go. Beats my usual spot in my kitchen. There we go, nice one, Louise. Hello. All the way up there. That is fantastic, isn't it? That is fantastic. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. Yeah. Strip clips. Check flight radar 24, which shows the 350 got airborne very early. Okay, I know that flight radar 24 can be slightly off, but if you check it out, you see what I mean. Must have been very light. There we go, confirming what I was thinking, that it was light. They usually send their 321 in, don't they? These guys. Listen to that. Nice. T-Bergs, good morning. Hope everybody's doing well. Yeah, that's a good point. It was it's still going to bounce. I know what you're saying. It was almost horizontal when it detached. So it literally just fell off, didn't it? So yeah, potentially it would have been less of a bounce, I can imagine. It's one of those things you'd have to literally do a test on, wouldn't you? Like those guys remember the guys that did the those guys that did that TV show on History Channel or whatever. Mythbusters, that's it, yeah. Well, Zane, yeah, confirming that as well, the speed and momentum that it had. The aircraft's going at over 200 miles an hour. And the wheel will have stopped spinning, okay? Let's just make sure that we are aware of that the wheel would have stopped spinning because of the auto brake system. Otherwise, the aircraft wouldn't have allowed it to retract. So the wheel has stopped spinning, so it's coming down It's just the forward momentum of the aircraft that's. But by the looks of it, when it comes off, it just falls straight down. So maybe it did just hit the ground, bounced a couple of times, and then because they're weighty things, aren't they? Delta RX6. Well, it's a retaining nut, isn't it? On these aircraft wheels, it is just a single retaining nut. Don't think it has wire on it. I know what you're saying, but I don't think it has wire on it. Hey! Mr. E-Man, bit lucky really that the wheel detached on takeoff. Imagine the damage it would have done if it detached on landing. Yes, I was going to say that earlier. Imagine if it had have like held up in the undercarriage bay and detached there and was being held on by the undercarriage doors, which I'm guessing it would have remained shut. Although there is question about that, isn't there? That maybe it might have pushed the door ever so slightly. But yeah, I mean, imagine extending the gear over like. It would have been Twickenham and all that, wouldn't it? There's a lot of housing development and all that kind of stuff down there. That wouldn't have been very nice at all. Diesel 1.3, 2 BA 777s on approach. Remember, I've got stuff over the top, folks. If you see anything approaching from the east or from the west. Also down the man, I mean it's not like the Sahara Desert around there. It's still rock and quite compact, hard packed sand around there. Brian Stewart, yeah, I read that this morning. UPS are officially retiring. I heard that they've retired them. Their their MD-11s. Said they would be receiving 18 new 767s in the next 15 months to rebuild. MD-11s made up around about 9% of the UPS fleet. Most definitely, Stuart. It would have caused catastrophic damage if the wheel had have detached during landing. This could be smoky.
Years old.
Fire her up, mate. '17th Mustang. Oh, the axle nut is secured by a cotter pin on the A350. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Also takes 3 people to do a wheel change. One of whom does the documentation. Yeah. Yeah, they've got very sort of like, you know, it's got like that's interesting. There is a cotter pin. Basically, a cotter pin is where you've got holes either side on the axle or on the nut attached to the axle or whatever configuration it is, where the pin goes through and then is bent around at the other end, so that if the nut was to come loose, it would retain it there. Oh, I just missed Angry Tug. Now is Angry Tug? I think Angry Tug might be making an appearance shortly, Julie. This could be our first Angry Tug emoji. Of course, Angry Tug is with the Virgin Fleet. Here he comes, here he comes. There he is. Here he comes. Very angry. Jack Neal is a returning premium member. Welcome back, Jack Neal. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah. Qatar's Formula One livery. Love this, man. Should have spit it. few people liking that. I'm getting big wafts of tyre smoke due to the wind direction at the moment. He's still holding position. I think he's waiting for that 767 to move, because otherwise he'll get even more angry. Yeah, I don't think the wheel detachment is related to heavy landings. If you want my honest opinion on it, I don't think it's. I don't think it's related to a heavy landing or anything like that. Otherwise, we'd see these things happen all the time. I think it's more a case of, I hate to say it, a technical error. In terms of maintenance, potentially somewhere along the line, in terms when they've attached that. Here he comes, look. One of these days, he and Pinky will meet each other, crossing the same section of roadway, taxiway, I'm imagining. What is interesting with the you know, with the wheel detaching is that would have started to detach itself on the takeoff roll, wouldn't it? Unless it's a complete sudden failure of one of three components, I'm guessing: the axle, the retaining nut, or the cotter pin. But the cotter pin. Also remember that these retaining nuts are reverse thread as well. So in other words, normally you would tighten something up clockwise. That's the standard way that you do it. But in terms of a wheel assembly or something like that, it would be anti-clockwise in order to minimise the chance of the retaining nut coming loose. But anyway, we'll have to wait and see. There will be an investigation, that's for sure. Yeah, it's not trailing, but I should be able to get it. Stuart Davey, good afternoon. Andy Fishlock, I would imagine there will be an Angry Tug t-shirt. THX UK, yes. Growly McGrowl face. See that? See the tyre smoke? That's going to be coming my way. It's jumbo jet. Lord Thomas Cray, the thread is always the different way to off rotation, so some clockwise and some anti-clockwise do rotation. Okay, yeah, no, I appreciate that. I know that. It's not no, Jerry. It's like the Oh, okay. I'm aware of that. Some threads are threaded differently, depending on the type of, but I would imagine that the thread is anti-clockwise on an aeroplane, because obviously the wheel travels in a clockwise direction. So obviously the thread is anti, I would imagine, on an aircraft wheel, much the same as on sort of like on a bicycle hub assembly, on a Formula One car assembly, racing car retaining nut assembly. All of those are anti-clock, I would imagine. Well, they are on bikes anyway, I know that. Rohit Parkal, that was Apex Logistics, operated by Atlasair. Hodgie, BA319 on radar for at T5 for departure to Kemble. Thank you, Hodgie. Let's all keep an eye on that, shall we, folks, so we can get a little shot of her as she passes through the gap here to bid our farewell. Oh, okay, interesting. So there are sparks, are there? On the rotate? On the rotate, or? Interesting. Wheels moving forward or moving anti-clockwise? What watch have you got? Wheels moving forward or anti-clockwise? I don't think so. I mean, I might be a bit dim, but even I know that. Stuart Pritchard, yes, should we try and do that? Should we try and get that little 319 to number one, her final farewell from London Heathrow, folks? Come on, let's do that, shall we? And that's BA9270, James Taylor, thank you. What? Doesn't matter if you've got a left or a right hand. So they're all going in the same direction, aren't they? What are you talking about? You trying to confuse me or something? Look at that car wheel there, look, it's going forward, therefore it's rotating clockwise, both the left and the right, this side, that side, any bleeding side. I won't take it, I don't care what anyone says. I'm not interested. I'm not even going to look at the chat for another 5 minutes. People trying to tell me that wheels on the other side turn anti-clockwise. What are you talking about? There we go, Aidan Campbell. All wheels move either clockwise or counterclockwise. So stop it. Look at it from each side. No. So the left side goes clockwise and the right side goes anti-clockwise, yeah? No, it doesn't. All those wheels are travelling in a clockwise direction. I know what people are saying now. So you're on the right-hand side, looking at it from the other side. They're still going clockwise. They're still going clockwise, man. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Not even going to start doubting myself now. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. Not interested. Doesn't depend on what side you're looking at it from. It doesn't, man. It doesn't. They're still going clockwise, man. Whether you're on the left side, the right side, above it, below it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what side you're looking at it from, man. If the wheel is turning clockwise, it's going to turn clockwise, isn't it? Whether you're on the left or the right, don't care. I'm not just not interested. Anyway, what a lovely day, eh? Nice puffy white clouds and not looking at anything. Not looking at anything. Not looking at anything. The thread. We're not even talking about the thread, Thomas McRae. We're talking about the rotation of the wheel. We're not talking about the thread. The thread itself is negative. Yes. In other words, if it's a clockwise direction wheel, which it will be, unless you buy a reversing vehicle that goes only in reverse. If it's a forward rotation, as in clockwise, the nut thread will be anti-clockwise, so as to stop the nut from coming off with the wheel rotating in a clockwise direction. Please, man. I do know what I'm talking about with that, man. I know I'm a bit dim, but I'm not that bleeding dim. I do kind of know my engineering and all that sort of stuff. Leon Fisher, next time we see a plane travelling right to left. What are you talking about? What, you mean reversing? Hand pull anti-clockwise when looking at it from left to right. What the hell? I'm not getting into this. I'm not getting into it. I'm not getting into it, mate. I'm just not getting into it. We're talking about the anti-clockwise is the retaining nut, okay? And the retaining nut stays absolutely, the axle is fixed, the retaining nut stays fixed. Let's spend some time on nice. Is that her there? Is that her there? That's a 320 in it. That's a 3. Is that a 319 there? Is that her there? Oh, there she is, folks. Okay. I'm gonna get a little bit wound up about this now. Car travelling left to right, okay? Wheels travelling forward, going clockwise. Yeah? Look at them going clockwise, okay? Now, when a car comes from my right to my left, they're still going bleeding clockwise, aren't they? Oh no. No, I know what they're saying. Oh, okay, yes, okay, yes, okay, okay, all right. Sorry, I apologise profusely. I am absolutely, I know what you're saying now. I know what you're, but they're still, yes, okay, look, just have another look at Angry Tug. Arrgh. That's how I feel at the moment. Yeah, just, yeah. No, they are right. I know what you're saying now. I know what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. But hold on a minute. I'm not going to look at the chat. Oh look, Icelandair 767. Nice. Don't change the subject, Jerry. But the retaining nut still has to be on the anti-clock. It's just confusing the whole thing, isn't it? It's just confusing everything. Yeah, you tell him, Angry Tug. Is that being pedantic? Is that right? Am I right in saying that that's being pedantic with the whole anti-clockwise, clockwise thing? Is that right or not? Okay. Anyway, let's try and get BA 9270 to number 1. Please, folks, completely forget about the whole clockwise, anti-clockwise thing, okay? Please, for just a couple of minutes. She's probably going to go out intersect as well. It's her last flight out of Heathrow, folks. Come on, let's bid her a farewell. What's at number 1? A flipping drone in Yugoslavia or something. So there, it's a drone in Abu Dhabi. That is absolutely fantastic. Okay, there we go. We got a little glimpse of her, so we're going to forget about that now. Folks, so those engines will come off and all the other equipment will be removed and broken for spares. There will probably be already a company that has reserved all of those components, engines, flight controls, cockpit instruments, hydraulic systems, pumps, electrical systems, avionics, etc., and then she will just end up in the scrap heap. Yeah, man. I mean, yeah, forward, whatever. Flipping heck. I mean, someone's saying on the port side they travel one way, on the other side they travel the other. They don't. If you're under the aeroplane and looking out at the port side undercarriage, they'll be travelling clockwise. If you look at them from this side, they're travelling anti-clockwise. But yeah, fair enough. But they're still travelling forward, and therefore you need the retaining nut to be on the retaining nut's not going to be double-sided, is it? God. I wish I'd never started it. Man. Because obviously, yes, this side it's travelling anti-clockwise, and therefore the locking retaining nut needs to be clockwise, whereas on the other side it needs to be anti-clockwise. Yes, okay, I've finally reserved myself to to accepting all of that. Thank you. Oh, really? Really, man? Oh, that's okay. Kevin Jackson, that's true. That's true. That is all you need to know, is the wheels on the bus go round and round. Yes, just talk the damn thing. And this is EK, yeah? EK7. Thank you, Luby Lou. Oh, EK29. Right, so. EasyJet are in the press today, aren't they? Not for good reasons either. The is it the advertising ombudsman or whatever you bleeding call it? They've basically told them to take down one of their adverts, isn't it? Claiming that they can get their check-in baggage for as little as £5.99 or something like that. But when the Advertising Standards Authority, the ASA, did their checks, they found that they couldn't find anything anywhere near that on their website. So I think they've been told to take the advert down, I think. Hodges saying the BA 319 levelled off at 8,000 feet. Short flight also. History 2013, the engine doors came off. Okay, so it's got history, has it, that 319? The engine doors. Oh yes, I remember that. Yes, you remember that, actually. The engine inspection cowls detached. Well, they didn't detach; they just opened, and then the airflow just got hold of them and bent them upwards and did a whole load of damage. They had to return to base. It's another, you see, that's a maintenance issue. That is, someone hasn't locked oh, he's just shutting off his APU there because he started his number 2 engine as he was taxiing up on one engine. Nice. Yes, Jonas Anderson, I saw that. Delta putting more orders in for, well, orders in for additional A330 Neo and A350s as well. Increasing their backlog, basically. Stuart Pritchard is tracking the BA flight all the way to Kemble. Crossing taxiways, having to do so for that for the Emirates jet. This thing might stop right opposite us. No, he won't. Fair play. Fair play. That was a bit late, man. That was a tight turn there. Wow. Yeah, because there wasn't a great deal of separation between that and the next jet. These guys have just done a deal with Air Peace, haven't they? For more African routes, sort of like an alliance with Air Peace to allow more accessibility and smoother transition for passengers using Emirates and Air Peace from Africa. In other words, baggage checks straight through, all that kind of stuff. Easier transitions. They were at each other's throats a couple of years ago, but they've obviously, probably because Emirates wanted more access into Africa, and Air Peace were like, no, man, no, we're sticking with what we've got at the moment. And but now they've signed a new deal, sort of like an alliance between Emirates . Aileron out, great question. I'm sure there is an official answer to that, which Ellis and others, BBLLB, might be able to give you. But basically, when you initially put all your weights and fuel weights, cargo, passengers, etc., baggage. When you put all of that together, the aircraft will, and the winds and the length of the runway and the conditions and all that kind of stuff, the aircraft's computers will calculate what are known as the V speeds. So you've got your V1, V2 and rotate speeds. I think I'm in that right order there. But basically they're three numbers that will be inputted into the flight management computer of the aircraft, and that will come up on your display, your PFD, the left-hand PFD, which gives you your altitude, your angle of attack, and your speed on the left-hand side, and there will be little indicators showing you your V1, VR speed, etc. And that's why they call it, because the aircraft has to be at the optimal speed to take off. Too slow, and you won't have enough lift. Too fast, well, I mean, too fast and you probably run out of runway. But yeah, it's not a case of speed really with too fast. Because really there is no such thing, because once you apply the throttles, the aircraft, again, the FADEC, the engine's management systems, will deliver the perfect optimal amount of power based on the numbers that have already been inputted into it. It's a very, very clever system, which means that you don't just take off. I mean, look, if that failed, then you kind of know your way around the aircraft, the different aircraft types. But on average, 140 depends on the weight of the aircraft. But an A320, for example, would be somewhere between 140 and 100, anything up to sort of like 150 knots maximum, really, for takeoff. So if that system fails, then but it won't allow you to take off if you don't have those numbers inputted into the computer. I think I've made myself clear. Delta, were you surprised Delta ordered the 787s? Kind of was Delta, to be honest with you, only because Delta some time ago very shouty, those little Pratt & Whitney engines, aren't they? But yeah, Delta some time ago, a couple of years ago, wasn't it, that they had actually said that they are going all Airbus for their wide body fleet. So it was a surprise to see them ordering the 787. But that is apparently to replace the aging 767 fleet, I believe. Jono Hayward. Just finished watching your sim flight from Fort Worth to Houston. Note to self, watch more Jerry sim videos. Hey, thanks, mate. Oh, she's quite long. Wallow. Now, what the hell was that all about? Was that just because of a heavy landing that they were told that the systems told it to go around? What was that all about? She went long, she touched down, but touched down quite hard. You did hear me go wallop, and then powered up almost immediately. But she was way within the, I mean, she was kind of here. She was sort of like midway down the touchdown zone there. I reckon that's something to do with the tailwind conditions. It's way after the keys, Hodgie, they always are. But this is the touchdown aiming point there. It's obviously way before it. But yeah, very odd. And Anth saying a tad too fast. Yeah, but she was on the ground. She was on the ground, wasn't she? No. Oh, are you? Oh, we should have a look at it. We could have a look at it, couldn't we? Oh, all right. Shonoff, with runway contaminated with standing water or snow, the V1 might be very... Oh, okay, so we're still talking about that. I'm just... Grant Miller wanted more airtime on Digital TV. Aidan Campbell, tailwind gusts, tailwind shift. Yeah, well, it's kind of the... It's not the direct tailwind, it's more like a sort of like almost direct southerly, isn't it, at the moment? So, but it is shifting. Like I said earlier, they are expecting 09 operations later, but it was going long. If you notice, I did say, wow, she's long. And then it was like, okay, let's just put it down, bang, and it went down quite heavy. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Qatar 777-200. Quite a rare old beast, isn't it? Like it. Edit Chernoff, I've rejected a landing or two on the ground and followed through with a go around. Yeah, I mean, it's we have seen on more than one occasion a sort of like what we almost in a funny sort of way would call a touch and go. 777 over the other side, when that landed, started drifting off of the centre line. I think that was partially the reason why they effected a go around. It definitely looked like it anyway, but that was just a bit of an odd one because they kind of floated. They were higher than normal, put it that way. Definitely were not going to make the touchdown marker. Which is I think it's 1,000-foot marker right there. The two big white aiming point lines. They're the lines that you're aiming for as a pilot when you're landing. Obviously, it differs on all different runways, lengths, and all that kind of thing. But then you've got you're within the touchdown zone. You can see one of the markers there. There's another marker there, and then the end of the touchdown zone is right here. And I'm wondering, that was quick, very quick reactions though, wasn't it, from the pilot there? See, this one's right on line to hit the marker. Just after it. Captain Manny is on chat, I believe. Lovely strong whiff of kerosene there. May have been may have been coming from that Lufthansa jet that's just pushed back with its engine starts. Even more. Oh, have they? Lowlander BA have been doing touch and go training all morning at Prestwick. Interesting. Graham C BA 9270 on finals into Kemble. It's final landing, ladies and gentlemen. That poor little 319. Pilots have got to sign it off, of course. Be a poignant moment for them, I would have thought. Probably flown that aircraft many times. Odd push angle for that Lufthansa jet, isn't it? Probably, I'd imagine. Yeah, I think they have a car service. British Airways will send someone down there. Flew with Varig once on an MD-11. Yeah, it looks like they're, I mean, that Western Global MD-11 at Miami last time we were there still had all their engines, but now I believe they've all been stripped out. I think Western Global are just giving up on their MD-11 fleet. UPS have announced that they have retired their MD-11 fleet. Whether that is the case, it's maybe on paper, I don't know. But is that the go-around jet? If it is, it wouldn't surprise me because it looks a bit dodgy. Misadventures floorboards are vibrating. So, BA 9270 is down, HGC saying. Joe Madden also confirming that. Bella Lou Toga is third to land. That was very, very quick reactions though, wasn't it? James Taylor Quartet go around here, third to land. Tell you what, talking about flying the A321neo, kind of got my head round it now, folks. The systems, the operating systems in terms of the startup procedures, not the engine startup, but the programming and all that sort of procedure on the A321 is far different than the older CEO. It's different. It's just a different arrangement, and one which I'm getting to grips with. And again, thank you to Dino for that. Really appreciate it. His input on that. But yeah, looks like. And also, Jilly was reading somewhere yesterday or the other day about about apparently the A321 Neo on Flight Simulator is one of the hardest aircraft to master. Oh, okay. FS Labs A321neo. Oh, one of the most realistic. Okay, there we go, yeah. One of the most realistic in terms of the FS Labs 321neo. So, yeah, different EFB as well. The EFB layout is different, and use the EFB for certain things like you do on the CEO, but not completely. Most of that programming is actually done on the MCDU. Okay. East Anglian, do the slots at Heathrow have peak hour varying prices? These shuttles coming in. Yeah, oh, they will do, I would imagine. Yeah, there will be a peak time and in terms of slots. This is attempt number 2, I believe. Hopefully a bit more stabilised. Yeah, this is definitely the right altitude now. Okay, this is better. Yeah, this is better. Nicely done, nicely done. Blimey. Really? Fortunately for us, we don't keep any information on that computer. It's reserved purely for the gaming, so you know, where did you get that information from? I know, but where's the proof in that? Transport in Kent, unlikely. I would have thought it would probably be the same pilot. I mean, I'm guessing it would have been the first officer. It may have been the captain. You never know who was landing the aircraft there. The PIC. James Taylor, winds have turned slightly easterly, 170 now. 09 is looking more likely at 3 p.m. James Harvey saying the first attempt was to talk about the go around, folks. With flap 3 config, second was flaps full. Well, firstly, I would have always imagined it would be flaps full on the 320, that is. But would that be something related to the wind direction? So he did flaps 3 on the first attempt, so therefore giving him well, you would have thought flaps 3 would be less lift, wouldn't it? Well, which is what it was. That was what it was, wasn't it? So he floated it, so that makes perfect sense. But James, how did you notice that? I completely understand it, because it floated a lot longer, so therefore needed more flap. But maybe they landed with flap 3 just to counteract a tailwind. I don't know, but why would you do that? Because you're gonna be faster, aren't you? Less controlled in the descent. This can light up. Go on, son. Bob, my family have booked to go back to Barbados with BA350 out of Terminal 3. Yeah, it happens. It happens. Switching to wide. Go around is toga, isn't it? You're using toga power. Take off, go around. That's what toga stands for. So basically, it's the upper setting in the thrust levers, the maximum setting. I mean, you do use it for takeoff sometimes as well if the aircraft's particularly heavy, especially on the bigger jets. Might use toga power. And switches, like fully established saying there on the Boeing, they are the toga switches, which automatically sets the aircraft off, sets the aircraft up for maximum power. I'll have to have a look into all of that when I eventually get round to flying the Boeing jet. Some way off of that, I think, at the moment. I mean, you never call it GA, do you? GA. I'm aware of that, Ellis. I'm fully aware of that. Like I just said, on the Boeing, there's the switches on there, the toga switches. On the side of the thrust lever, isn't it, the toga button, I think? A smoky start up from these Pratt & Whitneys. Don't make a big boom noise, do they? They're more like a windy start-up, a bit like the old RB211s or PW. Well, they are the 4000s, aren't they? The 2000s on the 767, 300 days. Oh, what's happened? What's that? What? Oh. Did it just go off and come back on again, or? Wow. Yeah, sorry about that, folks. That was an uncontrolled glitch in the matrix. Yeah. Wow. We had a discontinuity. We had a discontinuity in our in our stream. That was crazy, man. Johnny asking what's the rust-coloured plane? It's the fire testing station, Johnny. The new one, we call it Tiddles, because he's got a little thing on the back of it, little kitten. Alan Q, £1 super chat, thanks mate. Nick Gray, kudos to JetBlue's Wi-Fi. Being able to stream the entire show very smoothly, flight level 310. Nick Gray's in the air, is he? Cool. Hello to everybody on the plane. That's crazy. On his way to Fort Myers, okay. Justin Hewitt. Ah. Stupid. Landing on a bus. There's your, don't know if it's been used yet, but his little tail, look. And his little wings. Look, his little tail and little wings, look. It's still one of those sort of like, you know, getting ready to pounce things. If you've got a cat, you'll know what I'm talking about. Wagging its tail, sort of thing. It's going to jump over the fence. Yeah, sorry. It was, who was it? Was it Fully Established who mentioned about the jet landing flaps 3 on the first attempt, flaps 4 on the second attempt? Fanblade 199 Super Tap. Time for cake and coffee. Oh, sounds like a good idea, mate. I've got coffee. I've got a Yorkie bar. That's anywhere near a cake, but I do have my sarnie, so I'll make sure I sip the coffee. Thank you for that, bloke. James Harvey, Vueling was a flap 3 config. Was it James who said it the first time? How do you see? How do you see? I mean, obviously, you know, I'm not zooming in. I'm not going close, am I? In on the wing, so to speak. Is it just being massively knowledgeable in terms of being able to spot the configuration, being a lot lower profile than the? Okay, let me have a guess here. I'm going to say that's flaps 4. I need to see a flaps 4 and flaps 3 and look at the difference between the two. Blucker pushing back now, Jerry. Air Canada to YYZ. What's the significance of that, Blucker? We've got somebody on it. Oh, he's on it, is he? Oh, Blucker's on this jet. Awesome, mate. Ananth, Etihad Dreamliner. Due in shortly. This is American. Tapray giving us the details on that. He's on the little Dash 8 today, is he? I haven't flown on a 787-8. I wonder if it's quite sort of like compact, if you know what I mean, inside. Not side to side, but it should be a sort of like, it's only sort of like, I guess there's a very short business cabin, and then the I don't know, Air Canada, I don't know how they're configured. Muzzer, yes. Can we have a flaps 4 and flaps 3 side by side, please? Yes. Alpha Bravo, Martin Air 747 to the north overhead. Unfortunately, we've got broken cloud, but it's obscuring most of the blueness. big bird. Is the fire training fuselage made of steel? If so, who made it? Yeah, definitely made of steel, that's for sure. Steel sheeting, steel cladding around the framework. The interior framework of the interior of the cabin will be a mock-up for evacuation training as well. But yeah, it'll be. I don't know who made it. Odette Hull, good afternoon to you, Odette. Fan blade double blue start, yeah, twin engine start on the Dreamliner, electrical start as well. Obviously it has an APU, standard APU like normal, but instead of delivering air, high pressure air, it delivers electricity to the starter, the engine starters. I think, yeah, it's normally it's an air starter that established 787 has no pneumatic system. Pneumatic as in hydraulics, I think that's what he's saying. Although, pneumatically, do the pistons on the brakes not work pneumatically via electric calipers, if you know what I mean? Oh, okay. Okay, built in Derby, eh? Wow. Aidan Campbell doing a bit of research, finding out that the fire training unit was built in Derby. Of course, very famous for Rolls-Royce engines. Not linked in any way, I would imagine. Sort of like a 787/380 hybrid. Mind you, how can you make a 380 and a 787 anywhere near each other? Because looks basically like a 380, but it's got a little tail on it. And it's got his little engine, his little wing as well. He's just scratching his engine. Yeah. Martin Smith flap settings more obvious to see on the bigger aircraft, yeah. Blacker saying Air Canada Wi-Fi also working really well. Wow. Already, blimey. That's quite rare, isn't it? BA, you got to wait till you're halfway across the Atlantic before it comes on. Bigfoot. James Harvey, just done some research. Flaps 10 is, flaps 1 is 10 degrees, 2 is 15, 3 is 20, and 4 is 35 degrees. There we go. Whereas on Boeing jets, they just call it flaps 10, 15, 20, 35, whatever it is. So it's a 15-degree difference between them. Enough! That's enough, isn't it? Emmeline saying British Airways pilots sure know how to land it smooth. Ooh. Well, I don't know. It's a good. We're doing pretty good today, to be honest with you. You wouldn't have said that if you were watching 10 minutes ago. Emmeline. I think it's Emmeline or Emily. With bag puss. So. Kevin Parsons, good afternoon. Little kitten. Oh, it's gone. And it's flying A380 to get this Captain Bob. Yeah, we were kind of invited to that, weren't we? The Emirates 350 down to Gatwick. Had to turn it down. I think for the reason of us just not being available. Oh, Nick Gray's getting a bit of light chop. Yeah. Sure you did. God, fly. It's a bit of a he's coming from a dizzy height, that guy. Wow. He's got a steep descent rate right there to get himself down onto the localizer, I'm guessing. Yeah, Rab, he did give me a proper Scottish workup. Right at the flipping point when I didn't need that rain as well, wasn't it? Make sure you mention it. Say hello to everyone for us, Roger. Yeah, it was lovely after it bleeding landed. Had to use some very dodgy, it wasn't even tissue, was it? It wasn't even any, it didn't even soak up the water, did it? It was just a piece of, well, it was better than what I had, put it that way. Bit of moisture ingression on those brakes, man. Either that or the pads are down quite low. Where is that comment, Gilly, about BA? What is it? Okay, it's from Tina Benfield. Jerry, are you able to catch BA 289 to Phoenix departing 14:25? My friend off to see her pen pal. They've known each other ever since they were the teenagers. They are both in their 80s now. Wow. Yeah, of course. Well, just make sure that you keep us posted on it, Tina. You know what I'm like. Catherine CM7BY, hello to you. Jeff in Massachusetts. That was quite firm, wasn't it? There's a 319 going out there, look. One of the survivors. You'll never catch me. I think it's 319-ish. Bravo, Aer Lingus. Oh yes, yes, yeah. That was a couple of weeks ago that Aer Lingus announced ceasing long-haul operations from Manchester, wasn't it? Seem to recall. You cannot reach me now. No matter how you try. Goodbye, cruel world. It's over. Walk on by. Sitting in boom, boom, boom. So it looks like Airbus have now completed their move towards complete independence with the buyout of their Spirit Aerosystems divisions, still retaining a couple in the US, but all under the control of Airbus now, including Airbus Belfast as well. Like Royal Jordanian. Very small. Okay, yeah, it did look a little bit different, I have to say. There was something about it that looked... So that is the new livery. Well, the revised livery, should we call it? Yeah. Blimey, run a long way down. See it here, can you? Yeah, it's definitely sort of like dips a lot. Yes, yeah, it's got a more prominent red line, hasn't it? Yeah, they just extended it forward, haven't they? Lucky, and we might see a taxi up this way, you know, if she stays on that track. Yeah, we're going to get a good look at her, man. Oh no, we're not. No. She's turning into. She might be going in the cul-de-sac. I think she's going into the. But yeah, you can definitely see it. It's a revised livery, isn't it? They freshened it up, and I like it. Done a good job. Oh, he's long. Captain Bob drove past a house this morning, and in the front garden is a World War II Spitfire. Where the bloody hell is that? I know. So just statically parked there, or on a stand or something? Bellaloo, yeah, red on the engines, red flashes, but they did have a little bit of red previously, I think. Holder 2002 has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Holder. That's very kind of you. What a lovely thing to do. There you go. That's exactly what I mentioned earlier. Did the plane land without knowing that the wheel was missing? I think there's a good chance that it was, that they relayed that information back, possibly. It's a bit like that 321 tail strike that we caught, isn't it, Julie? It carried on flying until somebody at BA maintenance or wherever saw that it had, you know, that it needed an inspection, a visual at least, and then it went out of service for a couple of days. So the aircraft flew all the way from Vegas, to London Heathrow, and it was only on inspection at this end that it was noticed, I'm guessing. So the pilots weren't even aware. I did throw that into the scenario bucket earlier on, that you know, unless the pilots, there is some kind of ECAM's warning, which I don't think it does. I think it might be, like we were discussing, an inoperable system to show that the pressure sensors are not working, because obviously the wheel's fallen off, but they weren't to know that. But yeah, it appears that that was the case, that the pilots were completely unaware of it, performed a completely normal operation, had no idea that the wheel had detached. Imagine that though, getting back to Heathrow and then just parking up the aircraft, and I don't know whether the ground engineers, because sometimes when you see an aircraft pull into gate, you'll see technicians walking out there just generally inspecting the aircraft, but very interesting that obviously the a technician just saw, because it was the back wheel as well, has seen it and gone, blimey, that's not right. There's a flipping wheel missing. Maybe by which time the flight crew may have left the aircraft, but more likely would not have done. What a crazy briefing that would have been, man. And of course the wheel came off the axle when it was horizontal, meaning that obviously the locking nut had failed, and the cotter pin as well, potentially, unless there wasn't a cotter pin on it, or the axle thread had failed. One of potential 3 or 4 potential opportunities for that to happen. I'm going to rule out the axle thread. I'm going to put it more down to related between the locking pin and the cotter pin. The cotter pin is basically a locking pin which doesn't stop the stand by. Oh, okay. Yeah, it won't load up without. Oh, here we go. Okay. I can't. Wow, that's interesting. That's interesting. Right, I'll tell you what, folks. I'm just looking at an image of the hub assembly, and the bearings are exposed. That whole assembly there, that's wrong. Those bearings shouldn't be exposed like that, and it looks like the locking nut is also still attached. So it's a wheel rim failure by the looks of it. Wow. Then all the braking assembly is exposed. I think it's a rim failure. Judging by the fact that you cannot see the axle spline. The axle spline has still got the locking nut on it. So the locking nut has not failed. It's the wheel, the actual rim itself, the attachment point. But that's not on there. That's very odd. Because I'm pretty sure that roller bearing assembly is not exposed when you remove the wheel. Yeah, the locking nut is definitely on there, man. And the hub assembly is like part on, part, you know, I mean, you don't normally see those roller pins. So yeah, that's a most definitely a wheel failure, a wheel rim failure. Wow. And that could be related to a heavy landing, potentially. Now that's a flap 3 configuration, isn't it? That's flap 3. Can someone confirm that to me? I think that's flap 3. And if it is, then, and I'm right, then I'll know from now on. MH359, yes, confirm it was 3. Brilliant, thank you. Blimey. The old Icelandair jet. It's gone up like a skyrocket. Oh, it's turned into a headwind now. I feel like it. Look at that sock. It's definitely a headwind now, isn't it? Eh? Low hit, quick turnaround for the Icelandair jet. Well, it always will be, won't it? And they're never, I don't think they're ever full, those Icelandair jets, in terms of passengers. I think it's more a cargo thing that they use for 767. Normal service will obviously be their 321neo and 737 MAX. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yes, yeah. So no blame can be apportioned to anybody in maintenance for that wheel detachment. Nobody in maintenance, because the hub. The locking nut was still on there attached, so there's no blame whatsoever to maintenance, and that's good feedback, because I know those guys and girls are 100% top notch. So in a way I'm glad that the failure was the wheel material. It's nothing to do with that is just the a fatigue issue on the wheel, on the alloy. which is really, in all honesty, kind of invisible most of the time. BA289 Phoenix should be departing in about 5 minutes at Ananth. And make sure you let us know when they're lined up. Peter Wilson, yes, some things you can't explain. Outbreak pushed the jet stream south, according to Nick Gray there. Rohit, I think it's more a sort of pearlescent if you're thinking about the fuselage colouring. It's more a pearlescent, isn't it? It's silvery. Maybe you're talking about a metallic look about it. Beautiful. Textbook, sir or madam. Now 34. Just wondering where this little 319's going. Where are you going, mate? You alright? Don't be scared. Not going down to Kemble yet. I know you're Is he early for departure and maybe going to be lining up at? No, it's not going to be the case. It's just traffic on that southern taxiway, probably, I'd imagine. Yeah, Ellis talking about the upper air in detail. There's a number that I need to look out for now and input it into the MCDU. It's got an odd name to it, like opopity or something like that. It's basically the altitude at which the air could change. Go on, son! I think, something like that. It's again something that I was taught by Dean in terms of programming the MCDU with on the A321. I'm sure that information is also something that you can input on the Phoenix system as well. But it's all on your OFP, your operational flight plan. Those numbers, basically important numbers that you need to take note of, etc., etc. Trop, that's it, Ellis. That's it. There we go. The Trop number. He got me, you see. Lana DC-8 used to love operating on the 319s, much nicer than the 320s. Now, why is that? Level at which temperature aloft stops decreasing. Okay, the troposphere. There we go, yeah. Just above the cirrus stratus at flight level 320. Nigel Clenning is a returning first class member. Welcome back, Nigel. Lovely to see you, mate. Thank you very much for your support. And everybody else, of course, thank you. Oh, cirrocumulus. I didn't think there was a. Mind you, I'm only aware of like cumulonimbus and cirrus. I thought cirrus was the very thin cloud. It's a very thin layer, isn't it? Right up in the upper, higher regions of your flight levels. But you usually fly way above that. I've flown through some cirrus before. It's been whether we were at low altitude and the cirrus was sort of like there, or whether it was high altitude cirrus that we flew through. So yeah, when you get your trop number, it's usually around about the flight level that you're flying at, not far off of it. Oh, look at you, did you Airways 319 Some cirrus can be as high as 40,000 feet. Yeah, I've definitely flown through cirrus before. Been flying in cirrus. You're flying in cirrus, you are, aren't you? Hey, you're bleeding mad. Oh. Yeah, it's not serious, is it? Yeah, but nobody's done it at the angle that I've got to do it. Yeah, I like talking about it, Martin, but I don't know about a whole show to do with it, because it might send a few people to sleep. It is interesting. I find it fascinating. But the original Screamliner. Oh, he's high, he's high, he's long, he's long. Oh, interesting. Need to see a picture of the rim, the wheel and the tyre and wheel rim, and what sort of state they're in. Crack. Yeah. It's not uncommon. Yeah. Nice! I don't know if that was Ollie, that fella who last time had a go at me, not had a go at me, but jokingly said, oh, you missed me, even though I gave it large on the reversers. I don't know if that's him, but you don't often see that, do you, folks? A big load of heavy reverser out of a 320 or 319. 320, of course, yeah. Yes, 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 yes. Sorry. Kevo Mints, great question. I was, when I started Big Jet TV, I was under the impression that the reversers pushed the air forwards, but it doesn't. It's slightly forwards, but very marginally. Mostly, the air is pushed outwards, sideways and slightly forwards. Easy, 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 easy. Go on, go on. Yeah, get it. But yeah, basically another interesting sort of like aviation factoid that got from Screaming Emu actually, that it's almost like a blast wall. If you could imagine when an explosion happens, it's actually the blast that creates all the damage. Like for example in the Second World War, which was really unfortunate, they basically used blast bombs, which the shock wave would basically blow all the tiles off the roof of these houses, and then they drop the incendiaries in, and the rest's history, and a terrible bit of history, it has to be said. But anyway, it's the shock wave that slows the aircraft down. Because if you imagine when you get hit by a shockwave, you get blasted away, don't you? So you can imagine that a wall of shockwave is going to create braking. It's going to slow the aircraft down. Ooh. Flaps 4. Listen, I've been doing this for 10 years and I've only today learnt how to fully see the clear difference between a flaps 3 and a flaps 4 landing. Most of the time this would be flaps 4. That's the sort of like standard operating procedures. But I think, I'm not sure why, but it was noticed that go-around jet landed the first time with flaps 3 and the second time with flaps 4. So maybe just a little bit too fast, just travelling a little bit too fast. Captain didn't like it, or whoever. So there's a great backstory to this jet going out. Tina Benfield. There's a lovely late, well, I don't know if it's a lady or man, gentleman on this aircraft, but so this is a couple of pen pals. I think it's a lady going to visit a friend of hers who's a pen pal and have been friends since they were teenagers, and this is the first time they're going to meet. Isn't that fantastic? That's coming from. Oh, what is it? I thought it was a Dreamliner. I thought it was a Dreamliner. Is it 350? Oh, okay. Oh, have a lovely, lovely flight. And a wonderful experience meeting up with your pen pal friend. Wow, 80 in their 80s now, known each other since they were in teenage years. Wow. Wonder how that all started. That would have been a good little bit of a PR stunt for BA, wouldn't it? Doing that if they had known, you know what I mean? Reuniting friends and that kind of stuff. Stand by, GP. Hello? Yeah, mate, don't call me at this time of day, thanks. Hello? It's good, isn't it? It's good. The old number came up, it said likely nuisance. And it was. It wasn't nuisance, it was EE. Wheel rotation as well. To 2,000 psi, folks. Like in the blink of an eye, those wheels start rotating at around about up to 2,000 psi. It's insane, isn't it? Goes to show the quality of the that goes into making those tyres and all the components, really. But as we have now seen, prone to failure. Oh, well, they're not switching to 9s, GP. We have the first line up. Yes, it is safe. Look, they're already lining up on 27 right, left, sorry. Wow. Look at this. Let me get my head straight, stand by. Do it now, mate. Do it now. While it's quiet. Do it now. Go on. Beautiful, man. Yeah, engine condensation. Beautiful, isn't it? Creates its own cloud formation inside the engine. I've revised my numbers, by the way, from 5 tons of air per second ingestion to 1.5 tons. I believe that 1.5 is a more true number than 5 tons. I definitely got my 5 tons from the internet or something like that, but it was revised to 1.5 because I was watching a YouTube video and somebody who really knew what they were talking about said it was 1.5 tons, and then I looked it up on Google and it was correct, around about 1.5 tons of air per second. Obviously, it differs between the different sized engine. I think that 1.5 might be something like on this LEAP engine or the gear turbofan, the Pratt & Whitney gear turbofan. Yeah, but yeah, that's interesting. What EGPX saying back in his PPL days, doing a go around with full flaps was interesting. The instinct was to fight the extra lift, which is, of course, the opposite of what you needed to do. Yeah, and of course that guy landing with flaps 3, maybe just because of the tailwind. Was that maybe why? But then you're just going to be going in faster, aren't you, on flaps 3? Wow, RabH the 225 using commonly around about 25 to 35 degrees of flap for takeoff. Bloody hell. These will either be configuration 1 or 2 flap, and that will all depend on the parameters, won't it? Now I've got to figure out whether I can distinguish between 1 and 2. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Is that flaps 1? Kind of looks a little bit deep, doesn't it? It could be flaps 2. Nice. Front wheel. I love it when you take off and the front wheel goes. Oh, anyone need any cheese? Milkman's out. Looks like he's pretty out of stock, by the way. I mean, there might be a couple of loaves of bread left, or maybe some yogurt. Cheese, I don't know. Orange juice, yeah. Blimey, Ellis Chernoff, we used 28 flat for MD-11 takeoff back in the day. Wow. It's crazy, man. Blimey. 320 family could do 1, 2 and 3 flat for takeoff. Blimey. Try it out on the sim, yes, Martin Smith. Well, I have done a flat 2 takeoff, and it didn't want to take off. Come on. Might have had the wrong numbers inputted into the MCDU, I don't know. Yeah, man, what a lovely sight. What a beautiful sight, even on a small jet like that. I'm going to no doubt get some, oh, listen to this. It's air show time! Hello everybody, and welcome to the Heathrow Airport, and today we will meet you all. Yeah, look at that.
might see the props change the spin as the throttles are pulled back into the lower thrust detent setting. Maybe. There you go. So basically levelling off, well, not levelling off, but reducing the climb rate, the pitch. Yeah, head on startups now, man. Paul Carmen loving the static prop effect. Are you serious? Where's that? Where's that? Linda G. I'm looking for your comment, Linda. Okay, everyone, I have just booked a flight sim experience for March. Where was that, Linda G? She says, they know you, Jerry. And I said, the only experience I have is watching Jerry in the flight deck on this Friday night sim. Oh, that's fantastic, Linda. Isn't that brilliant? What aeroplane is it, Linda, as well? Is it a 320? Oh, is it? So she'll be familiar, won't she? Oh, I know what that is. I know what that does. That's really cool, Linda. A320. Which one? Where is it, Linda? Well, that's the question. Where is it? What flight sim experience is it? That's really cool, man. I've just had a thought, Gilly. Okay. But we'll just have to... It's 777-200 with big old set of GEs on her, look. That's the 1990, is it? Wind up the thousands. Yeah, what a sound, man. Yeah, look how long this thing goes, man. Talk about long VR numbers. Watch the elevators, watch the elevators. Very slight pull back pressure, there it is. I'd say the 3A50. The BA350 crew were very fortunate that that wheel did not dislodge whilst in the undercarriage bay, but it looked like such a significant failure that it was literally, I'm surprised that, well, you say you saw sparks, Gilly, yeah? That would have been the failure, that would have been the point of actual failure, where the wheel rim ripped off its attachment. Wow, crazy. Failed, it's completely failed. Wow. Using the green screen. No. Angry, we had a spot of angry tug, did we? Aaron Thomas 380 to San Fran, nearly an hour late. Wow. Oh, that's no more than flaps 2, is it? That's no more than flaps 2. He got a big smile, look. Whee, he's happy, look. He's really happy he's going flying. Yeah, man. Those little IAEs. Okay, here we go. GE Power 200. This should make some noise, man. Watch the ingest, the cloud formation in the engine intakes. Watch this, man. If you're watching this for the first time, you might be quite impressed. Thrust levers forward. Yeah, man. Oh, the bad boy of the skies, isn't it, really? That 777, man. Bigfoot. That is gnarly, man. John Walton. Sounds are damn amazing today. That is so cool. Okay, now for some Trent XWB power. Currently, I think, the most powerful engine. Oh, send it! So the wheel came off just around about there before the gear doors went up. They're quite lucky actually, because if it had have held up on that axle for any time longer, it could have potentially lodged itself in the undercarriage door or been inside the undercarriage bay for the entire flight Whether that weight of the wheel would have slightly pushed down on the undercarriage door enough for the air to get underneath it and the airflow to rip the door off. You know, all kinds of crazy scenarios you can think about there. Oh, look at that. Hitting a little bit of wake turbulence, I think, there, man. From that triple, possibly. Mind you, I don't know which way the triple went, but yeah. Steen GB CFM 56 is sounding good, man. Well, this is the A220, the gear turbofan. Just about the V1 point now. There it is. Very early rotate for this highly efficient little jet, the A220 Airbus jet. Little bit of funk, little bit of funk, distant funk. 767. Here we go. Hello, big lad. Absolutely sea-flipping purb. What a sound, what a vision. Sound and vision. Wow, man. Even this big old bruiser behind me is having to hold on for the wake turbulence. Oh, yeah. Alan Deans, taxiing to runway, looking out the window for you. Which seat are you in, Alan? Oh, is it the Aer Lingus jet? No, BA 1402. We got. Okay, whereabouts is he? Is he? Well, he's not anymore. He's. What's the ident on the aircraft, GP? Wow, lots of November uniform. Okay. That's him there, isn't it? So we've got someone's granddad on this jet. His first time flying, isn't it, or something? He's 80 and it's his first flight, folks. Let's get Grandad to number one. Let's get Grandad to number one, come on. Oh! Bloody hell, man. Seriously? Oh, my God, just. Shit. Blix, screamer. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, BTR experiencing a takeoff for the first time. I'm really looking forward to this, man. First time he's ever flown. He's 80. That is brilliant, man. I hope he's at the window. I hope he's in the window seat. You want to be in the window seat, didn't you? Come on, let's get him to number one. Let me find him on my FR24. Oh, it's gone completely... Oh, it's gone completely blank. It's gone completely blank. No, all my flight radar planes have gone. Flight radar 24 has gone off, folks. Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious, man. Yes, yes. So he's the only plane in the world at the moment. Well, that'll happen to everybody who's following it, won't they? Won't it? If they were on it. Yeah, that's hilarious, man. That's the LEAP engine. That's the LEAP engine, of course, BA's fleet, entirely powered by the LEAP engine, leading edge aviation propulsion, the replacement for the CFM56 engine, probably the best-selling engine in the world, I would have thought, with the IAE not far behind it. Oh! This is Grandad. Grandad's gone full flex. Go on, Grandad! Oh man, he's going to be enjoying that, isn't he? I hope he's in the window. Oh yeah, quite a sporty departure as well, man. Look at that. He's gone up. Oh, he's going to love that, man. A worldwide outage, literally, as I said, get him number one. Oh, it's Europe, is it? Wow. Grandad nearly went funky for a little bit there and all. We love you, Grandad. Wow. Oh. I just love that, man. I think it's probably because I'm a Formula One fan, but because that looks like a Formula One car, doesn't it? Well, happy birthday, Singapore Airlines. Wishing you very happy returns and all that. You and all your family and staff and all the people who work for Singapore Airlines. Happy anniversary. Is it 100? 100 years today? Is it? 1972, yeah. All right, mate. Wow. What a beautiful departure, man. Left turn, Clyde. Right through that. AP1. Oh, man, how gnarly was that? What's happening with maths then? What? 50. Oh yes, sorry. Sorry. Was it 74? Is it? Oh, 54. Oh, is that all it is? Oh my God, that's hilarious. Well, I've just got a lot of things going on, haven't I, up here? Yeah. Calculator ain't one of them, yeah. I just, I just thought like centenary year and all that was sort of like on my mind there, you know, because I don't know why I did. Right, okay. Run that one to rest then, shall we? Another Qatar. This is nice. Qatar 777-200. Oh, intersect. Flying since 1958, still get a thrill every time I take off. Wow, yeah, that is fantastic, Philip. Yeah, we all do, really, don't we, if we're into our flying. Oh, bit of funk coming up here, guaranteed funk. Stand by, and there it is. Ooh. Oh, little Neo, go on, son. Ray's seen that Western Global MD-11 at Miami. Oh, no, hold on a minute. No, is he going to Miami? I thought he wasn't going to. Was he going somewhere else? Or is it someone else? Chile. Nick Ray was going to. Was he going to Miami? Oh, Fort Myers. I said there must be another Western Global MD-11 there. Has it got its engines attached? I don't know about an out of bearing failure. The bearing looked in perfectly good nick to me. You know, it's only obviously that part of the bearing, the surface that it runs on, is attached to the wheel. And that all seems to be. It looks to me like, I don't know. It's a tricky one. Martin Smith negative. Okay, alright, okay. Okay, stand by folks, we're going to do a battery switch. We're going to do a battery switch. I'll actually, hold on a minute, I'm going to wait for this WestJet to go. Let me just do a quick check on battery power, see what the numbers are. It's the wrong side. It's an operating from this side today, which is all easy. 48 minutes left on there, so we're all good, thanks. Right after this one then. Nice. Just jump down and get the battery. Stand by, stand by. Okay, mechanics ready? Right, I'm in a bit of a tight squeeze here. Box, 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 battery change, battery change. Look at that. Oh, go on the CFMs. Oh no, they're IAEs. Are they IAEs? Yeah, they are. I know. Yeah, IAEs. No, the CFMs. Wow. It's Eurowings with the IAEs in it, I think. Have they got a mix of Lufthansa? A mix of IAE and CFM 56. Difficult to tell head on, isn't it? The CFM and the IAE. Obviously, you can see that's an IAE from a distance, but looking at it from the side, it's quite tubular. You see, long. Dommy 456 tuning in from Bavaria. Ooh, best sounding plane. Oh, they all sound great, don't they? They all just sound fantastic, man. And this thing's hello, big lad. Oh, here we go. Go on in, son. Look at those big, ginormous G90s. Yeah, I know. That's hilarious, man. Yeah, yeah. Oh my God, you're joking. What are you doing? Really? Oh, that's all you mean. Oh, yeah, because it's a show day. Yeah, I got you. That was gnarly, man. Gave that Qatar jet a run for his money, didn't he? Same engines though. Oh, fantastic. Oh, easy, easy. All Qatar left a little bit of choppiness behind him for you. Yeah, man. See how long it can hang around, man. Qatar jets already all the way out there. It looked like a bit of wake turbulence, didn't it? Possibly. It was a bit of an odd manoeuvre, wasn't it? Go on the leaps. On the treadmill watching Big Jet TV MB Rider. Cool. Caught a bit of funk there. Caught a little bit of funk. Any airlines bought an A380. Well, I mean, I know that Airbus did a buyback with Malaysian on one of their A380s that they're going to use for the test bed for the RISE engine program, which is open fan technology. That's the next big experiment for Airbus, and it's with Pratt & Whitney. Oh, does anyone know? Dom, are you asking why no American airline bought the A380? Yeah. 20-wheeler on the mains. Yeah. James Dayton, Trent 9's at full screen. Yeah. Just insane, isn't it, man? Radar 24 is back apparently. Caution wake turbulence. cinemas. Oh my God, are you serious? Oh, that's hilarious, man. Fantastic. And they were the bleeding ushers. And the woman selling the ice creams. Jug ices, peanuts, get what they're hot. Scream all you like, mate. Flipping heck. That was very shouty, wasn't it? Fantastic, man. That's hilarious. Absolutely fan-dabba-doorsy. Laura D. Brightens up hump day. Okay, won't ask any more on that. Oh, okay. I thought she had a problem. Hump day, of course, middle of the week, yeah. Yeah, it's all downhill from here, isn't it? I thought, yeah, in a good way, yeah, yeah. Downhill, yeah, it's all downhill from here. Whee! Steam engines look comically large. They do, don't they? What's that, Jenny? Say that again. One ticket. Oh my God, it's probably... Oh. Imagine sitting in the theatre all on your own. Holding on that, nah, sod this. This is obviously not going to be very good. Really. Oh, strong smell of what looks like a clutch smell. Oh, brake smell. Well, clutch plates or brake pad smell. Oh, yeah, and again, big whiff. And again. Where's that coming from? Interesting. Maybe one of these aircraft's got a draggy brake on it. Definitely that sort of like clutch plate, sort of like brake pad smell. Still there. Nice Delta 330 200, man. Lots of intersects today. Not insects. It's definitely smelled like a draggy brake, maybe. I don't know. See, there's just the direction of the wind, isn't it? Look. Wow. Display. See the head-up display there. First officer flying out. Yeah. Wow. Blucker's still there, middle of the Atlantic, on Air Canada jet. Caught him going out earlier. I don't know if I actually caught the actual takeoff. Is that okay? Sorry if I missed your departure, Blucker. I'm trying to remember back now. I know I caught the pushback smoky start, a little bit of a taxi, but I don't know if I maybe became distracted and missed the actual departure, or the takeoff roll at least, through the gap. Korean triple, just going to get a little shot of him. Kind of like just accepted that livery, but I don't like it. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I don't like it. I'm putting that probably down in one of the worst liveries at the moment on the planet. It just looks unfinished, and yeah, don't like it. Want a new one? The Korean livery, the new Korean livery. Yeah, no, it's not. It's just like I've accepted it, but yeah. What about it? Are they doing a taxi run on it? Okay, turning one. Michael Caine watched on his lunch break earlier. Oh, Fanblade Coventry Airport is set to close. Oh, okay, so they need to rescue that. Is it a Victor? Is that a Handley Page Victor? Nimrod, sorry. I think Condor's got yeah. Condor's a bit of fun, isn't it? Condor's a bit of fun, which is what it's kind of supposed to be. It's not a sort of like, you know, boots and braces livery, like proper sort of like a flag carrier should be, you know. But Korean. No. It's temporary. It's too temporary for me. A white angry tug. Oh no, it's the uncle, isn't it? It's the uncle with his false teeth at the bottom, isn't it? Yeah, it's him, yeah. Yeah. It's on the left, yeah. And he's at the back there. Yeah, when it's down, it's sort of like asleep, isn't it? It's asleep there, look. Up the front, it's like, hey, okay, you butler. Yeah. That's a good question, that. But I'm going to. You. Come on, son. Light her up. I think she's already. There we go. Just a whistly start up on the Pratts. Zimbabwe. Blimey, now we're talking. Didn't Zimbabwe become Rhodesia? Everywhere you go, there's a bleeding lamppost, isn't there, eh? Should write a song about the flipping things, really. Everywhere you go, there's always a lamppost in my way. Everywhere I go. That's the one. Be a up to a certain flight level before you turn left. Fly the there we go. Comes up. Here comes the turn. Only not yet. That's what I got, wasn't it? Fly the field up to 5,000 feet and then follow your normal directions. Take the lampposts with you. Yeah, go on. Oh! First officer flying it, head up display. Yeah. To fly off to Las Vegas. The wheel of the 13-wheeled Airbus A350. Blogger. Got your milk. Everybody all right for groceries? I think you might have some new potatoes left, maybe some carrots. But no, he's all out of milk and butter and margarine. loving the blue. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, wasn't it, oh, hello. Wasn't it, yesterday you told me, Chili, that, was it Wizz Air are applying for international operations? Atlantic, Wizz Air applying for transatlantic operations, which makes sense, because I said, you know, they've got 320neos already, haven't they? So, and, you know, some transatlantic crossings can be made with NX, isn't it? I think the stock Neo 320. I think the 321 you can do transatlantic stuff on. I think it's at 5,000 something range on it. I think he was right, you know. Who was it earlier on who said, who was it earlier on who said that it looks like an outer bearing failure? It was, and I think they're right, because there are two lines of bearings there, and there is only one line of bearings showing on that, so it would be the outer bearing failure. Who was it who said that? Someone who knows his stuff, obviously. Lord Thomas McRae, there we go, it was you, yes sir. Thank you. You know, 600 tons of paint, all that kind of thing. XLR 42444 nautical miles. The correct, the ideal conditions. Yes. Who's it? Who did? James Dayton, Dandy Airwayman. Yes. Yes. I'm the Dandy Airwayman. Stand and deliver. He said to the steward, "Oh look! Now there you go. Oh, you could put some teeth in that red bit, couldn't you, Jilly? Arr. Be very sharky, wouldn't it?" I don't know. It's the gum line, isn't it? I don't have tongues. They don't know. Yes, he's eating something. Lovely bit. Do sharks have tongues? That's classic, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, my tongue! Oh, blimey! Keep biting it. You don't want to bite your tongue with one of them flipping load of teeth in your mouth, do you? No, you don't. Anyway, whatever. I'm just keeping my eye on that, folks, because that cloud's a long way away, actually. It's probably about 20 miles away. There's no way that 76 is going to hit it. Lowlander, my favourite livery, Royal Jordanian. Well, there's a new one for you, Lowlander. The colours created by the sunset, lovely, isn't it? It's not the FOC, is it? It's not ex-FOC. I don't know what the reg was on Festival of Creativity. I don't think so, that's quite old actually. What now? Go on the 764. Look at this lovely old United dragster. I know, man, I know. It's like I ain't got a clue, innit? There she goes. Looking good, man. Looking good. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, lots of people liking that. I like that. Looks really smart. Really smart. Oh! What a great departure. Yeah. Blucker, a great sound, man. Blucker at cruise altitude, folks, on Air Canada at the moment. Martin Smith engines producing a lot more bass sound now. Yeah, air's a bit thicker, isn't it? A bit like me. Oh, Gazmo, blimey, the sound and visual right now is epic. That's fantastic, mate. It's great to know, mate. Wow, look at this for an intersect, man. He's halfway down the runway, this guy. Look at that. I've seen them go earlier than that, though. That's the crazy thing. Yeah, the Petra livery was in the old livery, wasn't it? The Petra livery wasn't in that new livery. No, they don't, Thomas, and they never will. They can have one, it's going to be Branson, isn't it? Yeah, they have, haven't they? Yeah. Moon looking resplendent tonight. The craters, man. Isn't that amazing, man? The craters. Look at that. Chili, look at that. Bloody hell, man. That's outrageous, isn't it? I can see my house from here. Bloody hell. Phil Robbs is saying that his missus is off on EY 66, Etihad 66, to help with the daughter's twins for 6 weeks in T4. Give her a shout out. That's Phil Robson's wife. Yeah, I did say that. Hello, Phil Robson's missus. Mrs. Robson. Oh, Mrs. Robson. Yeah, look at that. Bang. Oh, yeah. It's insane. Mr. E-Man loving the backdrop. Is it? Oh wow. Yeah, that's quite rare, mate. That must come in the dark in the past, because look, it's 4:33. It's still light. Is this the beginning of some kind of new service? I can't be. It's not the right time of year, is it? Okay, it's just the time of day. It's just the time of day. Winter service announced. No, I know. Yeah. It's the winter service announced. So. Look at that wing, man. Beautiful. Beautiful. So this is 787-9, look. Okay. And there's the 787-10. Visibly longer. Very much like the 777-200 and the 300. That sort of like differential, isn't it? Sue Taylor tuning in from Connecticut. Ooh, Turkish 333 on the push. With Trents. HGC loving a tail with a plane with a T-tail. Easy for you. Someone earlier asked who was Paul Jarvis. He worked in BA Engineering, sadly he's no longer with us. Yes. Oh, BA 787. Is that Lisa's dad? He wrote a fantastic book, folks, which I've read on the history of BA. Did Paul Jarvis, and we've met his very proud daughter. And they named an aircraft after him, which is lovely, isn't it? Which one is it? Is it this one or is it? Which one is it? Richard Buck, we've already done a stream from Dubai, and we may be doing some more work with them later on in the year. Roger Slater, there's Paul Jarvis is on a 787-8. Okay, I've got you. As in, his name is on a 787-8. Okay, I've got you. Thank you, Roger. That cleared it up for me. Oh, it departed 10 minutes ago, Wayne Smith saying, oh, it's a shame I didn't pick that up. Yeah, wrote a fantastic book about BA, but really loved his job. I'd love to have met him because I'm sure he was much like the guys down at the BA Heritage Centre. Oh, Alan Dean's granddad. Jim's touchdown. Yeah, I briefly saw a picture of it, Russell. Nice thing with Bailey landing. Yeah, saw it. Aidan Campbell, we did get it. So I would have caught it, but I didn't know its significance. I didn't know that it was the Paul Jarvis 787. Must remember that next time if I get it. Let me know, folks, if we see it on a future stream and. If it's on radar or something like that, similar like that. Well, soon, really. Oh, blimey, okay. All right then, folks. We are gonna call it. Let's wait till after this 3:30, Jilly. Yeah. I think we're gonna have to maybe. You know, rough and ready kind of thing, you know. If you're up for it. Oh no, I was going to do that tomorrow morning. Why is this not working? Oh, sorry. Yeah, they're probably going to be better to call them in the morning, isn't it? Alan Deans has gifted 10 channel memberships. That's Alan Deans and Grandad Jim, isn't it? I think. Yeah, one day's not going to make a difference to you, man. That was almost a mirror image then, with that 320 on the southern runway and that coming in and 320 going out on the northern. Aidan Campbell, £1 super chat. Thanks, mate. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks, Godzilla. Right, we're going to call it now, folks, after this Dreamliner. Thank you, everybody. Been a great show. Enjoyed your company. Look after yourselves, folks. Keep an eye out on your notifications, by the way. Might be bringing you something out of the ordinary, if you know what I mean, out of the norm. So make sure you keep an eye on your notifications. Download the app and stick your notifications on all. And if you are, do the same if you are a subscriber as well. Make sure you stick your notifications on, because you never know when we might pop up on your notifications and you don't want to miss it. So you look after yourselves, folks. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day wherever you are. Be safe and be happy. See you later. Cheers.